I'm sorry. Oh, was my mic on the whole time? Or did I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this going. We're off to a good start. Hi! Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. I hope you're all doing well. I hope the week is treating you well. I hope you're all ready for the weekend. For everyone that's going to be a long weekend, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you got something good planned, even if the good is just rest and chilling out. I hope it is satisfying. I hope it is fulfilling. I'm doing okay. What happened yesterday? Yesterday I had my last PT session. I'd say it went well. Sort of wrap things up. And my therapist did say that I could check in if I needed to. So, I appreciate those. The door was open. It's always kind of a fun thing. Oh, let me say hi to you guys first before we get into the whole spiel. Hello, Sonic. Hope you're having a good day. Your week has been treating you well. Good to see ya. Hello, Lickers and Televod watchers. It is good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, that was fine. And then I did play a little bit of Deadlock yesterday. That did not go so fine. But you win some, you lose some. Finished up some artwork. So that's good. Honestly, I kind of feel like I'm just in almost a holding pattern until the end of next week. I'm sort of picking at stuff, working on stuff a little bit here and there, playing some games, but it honestly just kind of feels like, especially with work being what it is, I don't know. When I get too many things on my plate, I kind of get split on what I want to work on and what I want to do, and sometimes I get to the end of the day and I just don't really feel like doing anything. I'm just kind of done. Not necessarily anything I feel like playing, not necessarily anything I want to work on. It's just kind of like, all right, I'm here now. I made it. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. We're always so concerned with doing stuff, right? And not necessarily a bad thing to just chill for a little while, let the batteries recharge, let the focus reset. Always trying to be going towards something, doing something, it tires you out, right? Even when you're enjoying it, even when it's something good, it still costs. It still costs energy to be pushing on stuff. So it's not a bad idea to sometimes just be like, you know what? Nah. It's all about giving yourself the grace to accept that. Be good with it. I say that being very bad at giving myself grace, but it's okay because I can work on it. I guess yeah, the big thing that I saw today is Bungie announced the end of updates, I guess I would say. Hey, standing? No, you're not late. We're just getting started. Chrome wouldn't load Twitch and then wouldn't load the chat one. That just sounds like Chrome. That's good to see you. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good week, Chrome notwithstanding. And no need to apologize. I appreciate when people arrive to hang out, be it to chat, lurk, co-work, whatever the case may be. I'm just happy to have you here. But yeah, so the big sort of thing earlier today was Bungie announced the end of updates for Destiny 2. I would call it end of life, but they didn't say that the game is going to shut down, right? It's just there aren't going to be any more content updates for the game, I guess. Which I guess sort of makes sense, but I don't know. It is surprising. It is surprising, and I guess sort of it was going to, if it was going, I guess it's kind of surprising because the final update is next month and they haven't released it, so you kind of would have expected that they would release that and then say, okay, now that that is out, we are done. But I guess I could sort of see it as them going like, well, this is going to get out one way or another, right? Somebody is going to blab about it and it's going to make its way to the news, so let's get on top of it, right? Let's be the one to break the story rather than let it like come out without any of our control, I guess. And I guess I don't know. It's very interesting to me because Destiny 2 launched 12 years ago, which is around when Final Fantasy XIV shifted to A Realm Reborn. When did Realm Reborn come out? I'm pretty sure that was also 2014. Okay, yeah, so initial release for that was 2013, and then sort of came out on various platforms the following year. So, you know, they came out around the same time, and then both of them had their sort of penultimate expansion, Endwalker in the Final Shape, the same year, right? And so I don't know, Dawn Trail had sort of a mixed response. But I think generally people haven't been too happy with like the state of the content and everything over the course of that. And then obviously Destiny has had sort of its rocky road since the Final Shape as well. I mean, I say since. Destiny 2 has been nothing but rocky road since it came out, I swear. And I kind of expected when it seemed like Dawn Trail was, you know, not going super well. I thought 14 was kind of going to hit a point of going into a maintenance mode, right? Sort of a late stage, like, okay, you know, we'll continue to put some stuff out, but you know, it's over 10 years old at this point. You know, it's time to start developing the next game, and they have doubled down and said, no, we are going to, you know, do the revitalization. We're going to do the shot in the arm this game needs to sort of get back into a good position and reignite the player base. And you know, it remains to be seen how that pans out, but the fact that they have gone that direction is surprising and impressive to me. And I think, frankly, I don't know what would have necessarily happened with Bungie had they not signed the deal with Sony, but I think the fact that Sony paid as much as they did and now is not, they don't seem to be particularly happy with the results that they are seeing having made this acquisition. So yeah, it kind of doesn't surprise me that it has gone in this direction, and they seem to be sort of putting their focus onto increasing the popularity and approachability, we'll pretend that's a word, of marathon, right? Because I don't know, I've heard like generally positive things about marathon. The big issue is that it is sweaty as fuck. Like, it is just aggressively difficult to get into. And there's no point of entry, right? Like, you open the game and there's probably like a brief tutorial, and then it's like, yeah, just start playing matches, right? It just throws you into the game and you have to start figuring things out, which it is a steep learning curve. So I think they want to work on stuff to sort of improve the ease of access to new players, and the amount of stuff that more casual players can expect to play and enjoy. But Sony is already not happy with the amount of resources and money that they've invested into Bungie. They're definitely not going to, I imagine, put a lot more in, which means Bungie needs to be, very scrutinous about where their resources do go. So it's unfortunate. I wish everyone that gets affected by it a smooth landing. Hopefully it's not too chaotic, but it is gonna be sad. It is funny in a way because Destiny has been around for a little over a decade now, and I won't say that they solely gave rise to the looter shooter, because they didn't. But the number of people, the number of developers that saw Destiny and said, that's big, we should do that. We should make our own looter shooter. And just fell on their face is remarkable. Like, they pivoted the shooter genre pretty substantially with a bunch of imitators, kind of in the similar vein of WoW, of, oh, that's really big, we should do that. And then everyone went, oh fuck, and just crashed and burned. And I think to some degree there was always sort of a question of, well, how did Destiny pull this off if everyone else is struggling to do it? And it's like, it's that Sonic meme of, how are you not dead? I don't know. So, I don't know. Interesting to see. And I suppose, I don't know. All things move on, right? Bife put out a video sort of talking about his feelings on it and sort of what he was thinking about and some of his plans, because his channel is very heavily built around sort of sharing and contextualizing the lore of Destiny, which is quite rich and deep. And Bife has been super helpful in just understanding what the hell is going on in a given patch or activity or anything. So, at the end of his video, he was talking about how in Halo Reach, one of the final title cards just says, there will be another time. Things will go on. There'll be more opportunities. There'll be more chances for things. There'll be another time. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see sort of what comes of it. And yeah, maybe it'll be the passing of the torch to new franchises, new developers. I mean, Bungie's not going anywhere right now, but it'll be interesting to see what becomes of this. Um, yeah, I guess that's about what I have to say on that. Um, I think the plan for tonight is we're gonna do some game dev stuff, right? We've got some animations to block out. We were working on the animation for throwing the book, sort of plotting what that was going to look like. And I'm feeling okay about the general direction of it. I think this one's going to take a little bit of a second pass on the animatic, just to sort of be like more comfortable with it, more confident with it. Um, and then we might go into engine and start actually animating it there. But one of the things that I was thinking, just sort of based on like vibes and energy level, the drawing that we started on Tuesday, I think it's off to an okay start, but I don't know. I was thinking about it a lot after the stream, and I kind of had some thoughts on like how I wanted to move forward with it. And I saw a drawing today that I'm like, ooh, that's really pretty, and the lighting is somewhat reminiscent of what I want to do. So I kind of want to, depending on how we feel, we might sort of switch over and work on that instead. We'll see. We'll see. Um, I don't know. I think we're just gonna take it very easy tonight and just sort of see where things go, see what we feel like doing. Um, I'm just thinking if there's anything else. Oh, really? How are you all doing? How's your week treating you? We'll pour some tea real quick, and I think we can jump over to Clip Studio and see where things are there. I did see Gameoverse apparently is doing very well, like in terms of his viewership. Um, Seems to have been picked up very strongly. So I think they're going to be in a good spot for moving forward with the series. Been discontinued or anything so far. That's good. I appreciate when my tunes don't get discontinued. That's always a sad day. Can't say that it's happened yet, but I hope it continues to not happen. So you got that going for you. Alright, well, I'm gonna jump out of the way. Go over here. And then we can go over here. So yeah, I got... This is the one that we are working on, and for some reason, the timeline is behaving very strangely. So we've got these guys, right? For some reason, I try and play it. Okay, now it's behaving. When I tried playing it earlier, like the middle frame was just like not loading. It was very weird. I wonder if the animation wasn't enabled for the layers or something. Anyway, go ahead and shrink this down for a little bit. So yeah, this is, I don't know, it's fine, but I feel like we could do something more, shall we say. I feel like we could like make the animation cleaner. So let's maybe, here, let's go ahead and turn all these off. And then I'm just gonna, cool, thank you. I think it's a fine start, right? Okay, so actually, I take it back. Let's leave that one where it is. So we're gonna sort of reduce the opacity on this, and then this one, yeah, so I think the big thing is just this motion. It doesn't have enough energy to it. I guess is how I might put it. So if we take this, let's sort of reblock this out a little bit, shall we? So I think what we need to do to sort of get it into a slightly better position or a slightly better mindset is make this part faster, right? So what I'm sort of have in mind, the big one that I'm drawing inspiration from is, if you remember, we were looking at some animation examples from a while back, and let me bring this back up. We were looking at Jak and Daxter, right? The original game. And particularly the like punching animation, right? One of the challenges that video games always run into is you want the controls to be responsive to the player. But, you know, things like turning direction and jumping require preparation, right? Like if you're running and you go into a jump, a lot of times you'll try and plant your feet and, you know, really crouch down to get the spring load into your legs to launch with. So, you know, if you hit the jump button and then there's a delay while the character prepares to jump, that sucks, right? You don't like that. Doesn't feel good. So the trick sort of becomes, how do you get that, how do you get both, right? And, you know, if we sort of jump back a little bit, I think we're around here. Yeah, here's a good example. So let's just let it, there we go. So he pulls up, and then the jump button, there's no preparation, right? But the lower body sort of stretches behind the upper body. So it creates that sensation of the jump animation that you would sort of expect from that preparation time. Right, so he's got a bit of an idle animation. Then he just goes. Because you expect that responsiveness from the player, or from the controls. So, in sort of a similar fashion, if we try and find something where he's attacking, yeah, see, he just, like, goes forward, but there's this delay in part of the movement that sort of substitutes the preparation. So that's kind of what I'm aiming to do with this, right? It's like, I don't want, when the player gets ready to throw the book, they're not going to, you know, Jordan isn't going to sit there and start doing this big wind-up motion where she's like spinning around to gain velocity on the book and then release it like a discus thrower or something. We have to figure out a way to get it to be more immediate in the response time, right? So I think what I want to do is, you know, if her arms are back here to start things out, then essentially I want to have like a really fast pivot downwards. You know, we'll go ahead and sort of straighten these out to get the maximum amount of sort of, what's the word, like the maximum amount of rotation that we can get, right? So we're going through like this and then launching it forward. And then maybe grab this leg, sort of pull it back, right? So it plants about at the same spot as the previous one. And then yeah, this one is really strange because like she's trying to launch the book forward, but then her arms are like tucked in. So that's not gonna work. Right? That's not gonna do the thing that we want. So like in the span of these 3 frames, sort of following that, you know, Jack and Daxter idea, is she's just gonna go shoop and just go like all the way around very quickly, right? Get that launch of the book going in like no time at all. Yeah, sort of comparing these. Okay. Other sort of pivot of the idea is, you know, this is sort of implying that she's like already following through on the movement, like, right? Like she is sort of planning to launch herself, which I don't think we want. We're gonna go back here. And we're gonna plant this foot. Right, the guideline. So the reason I'm kind of having her do the motion down is because it's a side scroller. Having the length kind of go like that, or having the position of her arms swing underneath, they don't get affected by the foreshortening of the camera quite as much, right? The perspective. So hopefully the animation, the motion will read a bit clearer from a side-scrolling angle. Yeah, we're gonna take this one, and essentially I just wanna, we're gonna get rid of this leg, right? Sort of say, okay, well, her initial action is just trying to throw the book, right? So might have a little bit of a lift off, right? She might lift the heel a little bit as she sort of follows through the motion, but the intention initially is just to hurl it, right? And kind of release the rope as well. Good. Right, so sort of that initial motion is very quick of just kind of like launch forward. Okay, let's do one more thing. We're gonna do one more thing. We're gonna go back here. Sort of in that same vein that we're seeing with Jack and Daxter. Let's make this more extreme. We're gonna bring this down. Right, so what this will sort of do, here, you know what? We can just turn on the timeline and we should be able to play through this. Like this. So you see how it kind of like cycles through? It's like a really quick I think on the third one, yeah, let's disable the timeline again. If I want to go to now, I think that dip is a good detail, right? I like how that feels. But what we're gonna do is I want to sort of give her a bit more like forward projection. I think I was gonna try and transform the leg, but I think we're just gonna get rid of it. So maybe more like this. And then yeah, this leg is gonna sort of have to, like, we'll still keep the foot somewhat connected to the ground, but I think it's gonna have to do sort of a twist pivot like that. And then maybe this can kind of go like that. I'm not quite feeling it, but I like the general sort of idea of it. Yeah, I think just a more exaggerated lean works. Great, strong line of action through the back here. And then we can carry that up through the arms as well. So let's turn these back on now and see how this feels. Yeah, so you can even kind of hold on this for a second, right? Where she like throws the book and just has this initial expectation that the book is gonna go, and then like there's a bit of like follow through energy that pulls her off the ground. And she's like, oh shit. This is not what I meant. So yeah, we'll just take all of these frames and just move them down one. Yeah, it feels better. I think that sort of down and up motion gives it a much more not more reactive, but more animated feeling. I think before we just didn't really have like the fluidity that I wanted to see. And again, like it sort of creates that anticipation, but the anticipation is sort of shifted down the timeline. I'm doing all these hand motions so you can't see it, but it like shifts it down the timeline so that the action is already happening, but the anticipation becomes a follow through. Right, so we have that nice down, up, down that you would expect, except instead of, you know, the beginning of the action being here, the beginning of the action is here. In essence. Yes. Right, I think we're... Actually, let's put this on. Might do a little bit more, and I think we'll just switch over to some lo-fi soon. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn the timeline off again. So with some of what we've got going on here, right? Some of this now does need to be pretty dramatically shifted, right? Our original plan, or what I was saying, like the way that she was moving had this implication that she was expecting to get dragged by the book, and so the red leg, her right leg, was already following through. And now that doesn't really make sense, right? So the red leg should be the one that is the farthest back. And then because it's kind of already off the ground, right, we can have just that little bit of like stretch of it like trying to retain its contact with the ground and going like, no. Here, I'm just gonna drag this over, make it a little bit easier to sort of see where things should be. Follow through the motion, follow through the positioning and everything. So yeah, the blue leg now would be more like this, right? It's a little bit more forward, so it would have a little bit more retention on the ground, where the red leg is like really flailing to hold on. There you go. Okay, and then let's just rotate it down a little bit so that the sort of the position, the direction of the action makes sense, right? It follows through nicely, right? So we have that one where she's still very like in control, right? She has deliberately thrown the book. It does the follow through animation that she's leaning after it, but she is still like on the ground where she wants to be. And then we start to get that stretch of like, uh oh. And we'll sort of move it a little bit forward, right? So like the toe is still contacting the red leg is definitely like it's not there anymore, even though she's really trying. And then yeah, this one, I think we're still gonna have the red leg sort of be the one that she catches her landing with. So that does need to swing forward, but where before it was like already forward, now we can have the action of it coming through her center, if that makes sense. So yeah, the blue leg will sort of continue to drag behind her body. And then yeah, this one can sort of start to actually, I think maybe on this one we'll kind of have them be a little bit more together, right? Like the red leg hasn't started like preparing, so it's just kind of everything's just floating in the air. And then yeah, this arm maybe be a little bit more forward. Right, so that sort of initial follow through, that momentum that has sort of carried her up here is starting to break off, right? It's starting to get into sort of that free floating position. I think that works. It works okay. It works okay. So yeah, now this one, and I want to do. I think I want to do a frame between the two of these, but let's go ahead and clean it up. And this one can kind of, I think, come down a little bit. Excuse me. Yeah, let's Go ahead and exaggerate the pose a little bit, right? Yeah, have that sort of roll forward to sort of catch and arrest the energy. And then what should the arms be doing? I mean, they're kind of like up to balance. Hair's gonna kind of come up. Really, the way that I have things set up right now, I can't really control that fully, but and then the other arm will sort of be out here. I think that works. Let's go ahead and do the in-between frame. So we'll take 5, move it back a little bit, maybe take 6 and move it this way, just to give ourselves some room to play with, right? So yeah, this one, so we're gonna have that forward roll, right? Shoulders are gonna be up, arms are still gonna be elevated, right? But yeah, right here, we're gonna sort of be in that transition with the legs, right? So the left leg, the blue leg, is gonna be sort of coming forward like this, and the red leg, right leg, is gonna be sort of swinging forward before the shin, the knee sort of locks to catch the weight. But the feet, importantly, are also going to be sort of getting into a position to catch the weight as well. They're not going to be trailing behind the body anymore. Right, so we still have that down, up, down energy that we're working with. Let's go ahead and save that. And then we have to go up to 7. because 7 is in a pretty rough state. I'm gonna put you right about there, right? So the right leg has sort of come down and caught her weight initially, and then the left leg sort of follows through to catch the rest of it. And then we can maybe, you know, again, let's exaggerate the motion a little bit so she kind of like plants the weight, but then kind of like leans forward a little bit, right? This sort of that like whoop, the backward, the spring-loaded release of the energy. You can sort of hunch the shoulders, like there's more energy in that throw than anticipated. You know, something about a little bit last time. So I was watching Jim play Shadow Tower, which is one of FromSoft's title from 1998. So to sort of put it in context, From Software, I'm going to Wiki to grab their sequences. So yeah, Kingsfield was their first title, released in 94. Then they released 2 more in 95 and 96. First Armored Core came out in 97, and then Shadow Tower was in 98. And then they put out a few more Armored Cores. Actually, they've been very prolific in their games. Lost Kingdoms, Otogi was in 2002. Make Otogi 3, fucking cowards. Shadow Tower Abyss in 2003. More Armored Core, a lot more Armored Core. And then skipping ahead like a decade, we get to Demon Souls in 2009. Right? Demon Souls is sort of what kicked off the Souls-like genre that is so prolific now. But it's very interesting seeing this game that preceded Demon Souls by 10 years. But there's still ideas in there that they were clearly thinking about and incubating for a decade between Shadow Tower and Demon Souls. Like, I can think of very few developers that have such a clear, like, genealogy through their games of, oh yeah, we were thinking about doing this, and then we tried this out, and then we evolved it this way, and it's just like, it is a solid through line in FromSoft games of X to Y to Z. It's very interesting to watch. But it kind of made me want to develop a Shadow Tower style game, not necessarily in terms of like the aesthetic, but just the sort of like dungeon troving style of gameplay. Like you start out at a dungeon and you just go. And your goal is to explore as much of the dungeon as you can. I guess sort of roguelike in that sense. Um, but one of the things that she was saying, so Jin's been playing a lot more sort of retro titles, which hurts me because like Metroid Fusion is a retro title. It's like, I remember when this came out. Oh no. Um, but yeah, it is fun, and you're sort of commenting how she's been enjoying a lot of older titles like that, like Metroid Fusion and Shadow Tower, and um, I'm blanking on a lot of the titles, but I don't know, just like a general sort of vibe of these older games are just sort of more entertaining, and I feel like there's two reasons behind that. Two big reasons. There's probably a myriad of things to like consider, right? But if I had to sort of try and like narrow it down, I feel like the big things in my mind are one, a lot of games these days are trying to be service titles, right? So even the games that are not live service games, right, are still trying to occupy a great deal of the player's time and really like invest them into the game. You know, potentially buy DLC for the game. You know, they're trying to like get them on board with the title very deeply, and I don't feel like that was an objective in the same way with games in like the 80s. Well, I'm gonna finish the thought and I have a caveat. You know, games in like especially the 90s, but the 80s as well, in the early 2000s, I think we're much more concerned with just being a game, right? You bought the game and you played it and you had a good time, and then it was over and you played another one. You know, games like Myst and Riven and Star Fox and Legend of Zelda and you know, even like the old Neverwinter games and such, were just like, here's the game, here it is, we hope you enjoyed it. And you know, if a game was really good and did really well, a lot of times you'd be like, man, that was so good, I wish I had more of it to play. And you know, they might come out with a sequel, but you could also, a lot of times you would just sort of be like, well, I'll just play it again because I really like it. And now, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot more sort of drive by the developers and publishers to get people to like stick with a game long term. Again, even if it is not a live service title that is getting perpetually updated and is online all the time or whatever, there's still sort of like, well, we put a lot of money into this developing this game and we want you to stick with it so you feel like you've gotten your money's worth, and etc., etc. So that's one thing. Oh, the caveat is games in the 80s were all like driven by arcade mentalities. So arcade games did want you to keep playing because you would drop more quarters and, you know, make the arcade a bunch of money. So that's not entirely gone, right? Or, you know, there's always been a business aspect to it and a financial stability aspect to it, but I think especially like in the 90s, as things very clearly moved over to the home platforms, the personal computers and the early consoles, there was a sort of shift of we can just make a game that they play. Like, they already gave us the money. We're not going to get any more money for, you know, having them die a bunch or get stuck on it. If they want a game that's that hard, then we can make that, but it's not, you know, inherently beneficial to our bottom line anymore. Alright, let's see how this looks. Okay, so we're gonna hold that, and then you, I think we can move that back one. And then you need a new frame. We had first money. What about second money? Hello, T-Shell. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. The second thing in my mind, and I don't know how to get around this one because it seems inherent, I guess, for lack of a better word. Developers in 80s and 90s and early 2000s had no fucking idea what they were doing. And I mean that with all the endearment that I can muster. Right? It was the Wild West. 1995 to 97 was, oh shit, we're making games in 3D. How do we make this make sense to the viewer? Right? Because when you have a character that's just moving up, down, left, right, that's very straightforward. Where is their pixel position on the screen? That's where they are. Now you are simulating depth, and you need to make that make sense. Right? What are the rules of controls, right? The PlayStation had previous gen controls, right? It had a D-pad for movement, and it had 4 buttons for actions, and then it had the shoulder buttons. And then partway through the console's life, they're like, bam, DualShock controller, here's analog sticks. And everyone went, what? What does that mean? What do we do with it? Well, now you can use the left stick to move the character and the right stick to turn the character and look around. And everyone went, what? So, you know, throughout that entire period, you know, there was a shift from 2D to 3D, there were new paradigms and control schemes, and it's just like, everyone was just making whatever games they could think to make, right? There were no do's and don'ts. And I think particularly, like, it started to happen in the 2000s, but then really crystallized in the 2010s, that we started to have schools of game design, both literally and figuratively, right? You have schools like DigiPen and whatnot that like are literally teaching people how to do game design, but then you also have like decades of don't do this, do this, right? And so, like, if you're making a game, you get into this mindset of like, okay, here's the style of game that I want to make. What has been done in this vein before? What are the lessons I can take away from it? Which on one hand is good because you avoid a lot of the pitfalls of your predecessors. On the downside, you don't necessarily do that weird experimentation that could break out into something really successful. I can only imagine today's format and commentators losing their minds over the different controls being introduced. I'm trying to think what would happen because, like, we had the Wii back in, what was that, like 2007, 2009? I feel like that was one of the last times that we had sort of this real, like, shot at a paradigm shift in controls. And then the whole motion controller craze didn't really, like, pan out. So yeah, I don't know. So I don't know how you would. I think we do see it a little bit in indie games, right? In the small solo projects, small team projects, it's just like a couple of fellows that had an idea and just want to see it through. You know, damn the consequences. There we go. All right, and then you. Oh wait, what is what? Okay, so you, yeah, so you turn off, and then you turn on. Okay, and back here. Did I do the order on this wrong? I think I did. I think I did. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now you should turn off. Oh wait, what frame am I on? Okay, I think I see what happened here. Maybe? Did Goose Game break the mold a bit, or were there other games like it before? I guess a little bit. I don't know that I would say Goose Game. Really? I don't know how to classify Untitled Goose Game. Sorry, I am messing this up now, and I need to figure out. Okay, so then yeah, you hold for one, and then you. Okay, here's where I'm reading the wrong frames. Okay, so then this needs to turn on here. And then you go there. Okay. Okay, so then, yeah, I think this one I'll put right here, and then you will go right there. Alright, we got one more goof. Where's the goof? You're still... There we go. That should do it. Okay, almost. Almost. So, this one, I think, should hold for another frame. Right? You see it starts to already follow through? I don't think it should do that. Let's grab all of these. Right? We want to have that little bit of hold of like, oh, it's working. And then it doesn't work. Right? It overshoots, right? And I think we can make this just a little bit shorter. Okay, why are you still setting... Is it like that? Good. Hold. Why are you not holding? I swear you're not doing the things that I tell you to do. Okay, so that one holds, right? And then this one should be on at this frame. Right, that's 100. And then you should turn off. Oh, I know why you're doing this, because the opacity keyframes are not changing. Oh, I feel like I'm not doing this in the smartest way that I could, but it's fine. Okay, so then throw, and then hold. So you will hold for 1. You will hold for 1. Okay, now we're getting there. Okay, and then yeah, this one. So you guys will step back 1, and then you will step back 1. And then, yeah, we can hold this for 1. Yeah, so just that brief hold, right, of like throwing the book, it's going as planned, and then it doesn't. I think the only thing that we might want to do, planning wise, is if we take all these frames, we're going to turn the timeline off for a second. I think the distance of the movement is a little far. Like, it's fun, but I'm imagining, moving or like being the player, and your character gets launched that far forward, right? Would be kind of a pain in the butt. Would be kind of problematic. Alright, yeah, let's just put on the lo-fi for a little bit. So let's see how this feels. And just make it a little bit more of a hump, right? See, that feels a little bit better. I feel like that has a good feeling of like, oh, it's enough momentum that it clearly pulls her forward, but it doesn't like put the player out of position. Hmm. Okay. I like it. Let's try something. What happened? Why are you all hidden? I just want to go back to this frame and just scale it down a little bit. Just want to try a more exaggerated motion through there. That's pretty cool. But yeah, this last frame that we're holding on, like I was saying, is sort of, if you throw the book and it doesn't catch on anything, then it will teleport back to the character. And so that's sort of her like checking behind her to see that it has reappeared. If it does catch, or if you just run forward, then it probably wouldn't include that frame. It would just go into the next cycle. But I think this is looking pretty good. Yeah, and that motion of like going through the actual throw much faster than the rest of it, I think is really important. Whereas, you know, once you have thrown the book, there's going to be a certain amount of time that the player is waiting for that to resolve, right? Like the book has to travel through the air to reach wherever it's going. So that gives us a little bit of free time that the we can sort of have this follow through animation. And then the player goes, oh shit. Or at least the character does. I think that'll work. I think we can play with that, see what it does. Alright, yeah, why don't we at least get this set up and see how it's looking, and then we can either continue going if we feel like we've got good energy behind it, or we can switch over to doing some drawing. We'll see what we feel like. So with that, let's switch over to Unreal. I need to join you guys on that side. There we go. And we need to go to our animation level. There's this guy. Guy wasn't loading earlier. I don't know what was up with that. Alright, so let's make a new level sequence. For the sake of organization, I'll go ahead and call it a join in animation. Alright, and then we're gonna open that up. And we need to see if I remember how to do this. Okay, so where is Jordan's stuff? We're gonna bring the skeletal character in, I believe it is. Yeah, so I think we bring this in here. Yeah, that looks right. And then okay, right. So what I want to do initially is we're going to bring in a run animation because I want that as a starting frame, right? We're just going to drop this in here. And then we are going to right click. No, we don't want to. There we go. Bake to control rig. Hit create. Perfect. All right, and then we need to go in here. No, not that. Unlink level sequence, good. We don't want to mess with that at all. Right, so we've got this, and now we can just take everything after frame 1 and just get rid of it. Scale this down to something far more reasonable. So, alright, and then if I take this, so we're just gonna go, oh, let's see. Okay, so trying to remember, okay, there we go. So let's set this to 24 FPS just so that it divides nice and clean. We're gonna set this to, how many frames are we gonna need here? Probably only, well, what, we've got 8 in total. So let's just set it to 8 for right now. And then we'll time it out from there. I think that'll be easier to sort of understand what it is that we want to work with. So if we go to frame 1, we're going to set auto keys on, good. Okay, so actually, give me a second because I think the way the run animation got saved out might have set us a little bit farther back. So we want to be more like right here. Yes, we want the blue foot forward. We're going to delete everything before here. And everything after this. Keep going. I'm just going to take these frames and move them to the beginning. Set our red bar right there. Actually, let's set it up to like 15. 16. So this is 24. Alright, so now we have that. So second frame, we're gonna take our character, right? We wanna plant her feet. As much as possible. So where's our global control? There you are. Yeah, let's bring our foot down. I'm gonna drop her weight real quick. Bonk. Okay. You can go like that and sort of roll the foot a little bit. Grab the hands. I'm just gonna bring them down like this, right? We're gonna do sort of like an underhand pitch type of movement. I don't know. I think like it's easy to look at old games and be like, oh, that's just the nostalgia talking. But if you don't have any nostalgia for a game, right? Like it wasn't something that you played growing up. I think a lot of that attraction is just to a game just trying to exist as a game and be a fun experience and not be something to hook you in. I think games try and do too much of that these days. Where is your elbow control? Oh goodness. Let's see. Do you have... Okay, so the root control. Okay, so the spine. I think we are going to want to use this. Or maybe not. Here, actually, before we do that, could you show me the skeleton? Oh wait, it's right there. I can already see it. Where's the head control? And her elbow is doing weird things again. Like, we want it fully extended, but not hyper extended, you know? Alright, I think that looks okay. I wish you wouldn't do that. Makes me think her neck is broken. Alright. Go ahead and go to the next frame. Block that out. Actually, here, same sort of thing. Let's just take this. We'll grab both of these. And move these way down. Okay, so then frame 3 is the main throw. So for this, we'll grab these two. I'm gonna slide her forward, right? Like so. So yeah, putting a lot of weight onto her left leg. The right leg is gonna be sort of doing this motion. And that sort of tells us how much room we have to move her forward, right? Like at this point, I'm just gonna wiggle this a little bit. Or no, not that one, shit. Yes. Just lock that in place, and then you. So we go forward one, so now this needs to roll up. Yes. Why aren't you rolling? Why isn't the toe moving? It should be. Oh, there it goes. So yeah, that's essentially, we want to sort of move the character now as far forward as that will allow. There we go. Maybe back up a little bit as well, so we're not going to be quite as far forward. But yeah, something like that. We're just going to grab our arm controls. We're just going to go up like that. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind, never mind, never mind. Walk it back. Grab this one. Move it a little bit farther forward. Uh-oh. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, probably because the elbow. Yes and no. I think yeah, there. Okay, so we gotta fuck with the shoulder more. Looks like the weight painting isn't quite working as well as it could or should be. Yeah, shoulders up, arms out. Don't break nothing. Okay. And go like that. And then you sort of look back forward. And then hand up and out. I'm not going to worry about the fingers right now. We'll clean up the fingers over time. Right now, I'm mostly just concerned with blocking, right? So you can kind of let that one forward a bit. This can kind of roll back forward so that the arms are a bit more even. Roll the hips a bit. So she's doing like a little Kamehameha blast. Back this a little bit. Torso's getting a bit funky. I think maybe let's, just for the sake of like clarity of the read from the side view, we can bring this arm down a little bit. Just so they're not at like exactly the same position. Okay. So yeah, then we're gonna sort of jump through the timing a little bit, right? So next phase is we're gonna grab you and you and you and you. We're gonna drag the character forward like so. Yes. I think yes, but not perhaps. Actually, no, I think it is right. And then we'll grab the, not the body control, this one, the offset. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, let's grab those, and then we're gonna go boom, boom, boom. And then you. Oh, I'm doing this all in the wrong key. Watch party for the new Mario movie. Oh, Galaxy? I have heard interesting things about it. I hope you had a good time. Okay, okay, okay. I did all this on the wrong frame. Alright, that looks good though. It looks pretty good. Alright, here, let's just bring it all back down so that everything sort of plants where it's supposed to, right? There we go. Okay, yeah, and then this. Yeah, I've heard it's an enjoyable movie. It is entertaining in its way. Yeah, so here's the problem is I didn't. Let's just go ahead and set a key on everything. Yeah, I still haven't seen the first one. Just never really like. I don't know. I guess you could say I meant to, but I just never got around to it. But I also kind of get the sense that I don't necessarily need to see the first one to see the second one. Let's see. And this. Sword control? Let's do what I want. No. No, you're not gonna do what I want. Fair enough. I feel like it should be this one. But it's not. Oh, it is. The toe's just like tucked completely under the foot. Or under the floor. That's not ideal. Okay. Yeah, let's. I guess we'll just sort of grab these again and we're a little bit more forward. This is sort of get that extremity on the blue leg, the left leg. There we go. And yeah, these guys really need to push them all the way up and forward now, right? Where's that elbow control? Try and keep this stabilized as best we can. Shoulder gonna be right here. That gift that you made is phenomenal. It is so it's so perfect. Good job. Let's see. Oh, that looks terrible. That looks so bad. So we're gonna need to figure out how to fix that. They are. So I think. Hmm. Well, I think the bones are not necessarily. Actually, maybe they are. Yeah, they're rotated too far. Well, I mean, that's definitely part of it. But then the geometry of the arm is collapsing. I'm not sure how to fix that. And that certainly looks better. Yeah, I don't want to move it like that. That'd be a bad idea. That looks pretty good. Except now the blue foot is shifting. So you gotta figure out how to get it to stop doing that. It'll be like right there. Okay. So next frame, gonna be taking these guys again. We're gonna move her completely off the ground. Which, admittedly, I feel like I'm not doing this perhaps the way that I should be, because the foot controls are getting really messed up by doing it this way. And that seems not correct or ideal. But I don't really have a better way to do it. There might be something wrong in the rig hierarchy. I can definitely look into that later. And see, I can move them up after and sort of try and keep things together. Sort of grab this and have it trail behind. You can go like that. Start trying to bring this forward. Go bring this forward with it. Hands are starting to free up, right? Not quite done moving forward, still trailing, but starting to get some freedom of movement again after the pull is over. Sort of drag them a little bit more behind so the momentum is still in the right direction. Alright, that seems okay. Double check the foot. There we go. Alright, next frame. Yeah, see, I'm not sure how to sort of move the player forward as a consequence of this action, right? Right now I'm sort of baking it into the animation, but that's not gonna work in the long term. Like, it seems like here we sort of need to drag it. We need to sort of reposition the character back over the center. Like here you want to use the body offset, but you can see how that messes with things. Or no, we would want to use the oval? Yes. Whee! Alright. Stick with it for now and see how it looks. We got that. And now on this frame, where we start to sort of swing the momentum forward. Alright, so we're gonna bring our legs up. We're gonna sort of go like this. Yeah, we're gonna break some bones for a second. Give me a minute. And then this leg gonna come more forward. Bring the foot up. And then you're gonna go like that. And I wish there was some way to prevent this from happening to the shoulder geometry. It's a very old problem. And frankly, I have not set up this model for animation in a super clean, great way. So it's kind of to be expected. Man, I wish you were centered properly. I don't... What moved it to break like this? It doesn't make any sense. Alright. So next frame is going to be our dropping into position. You know, our landing. We can grab these guys. We're just gonna rotate the body. And that leg out, get ready to catch. Right, sort of move it in. He is barely hanging on there. Yeah, these guys sort of up a little bit more. Let me take this and sort of roll it back a little bit. And I'm breaking things as it stands. You can come down. Good. Okay. And then we're going to go to the global control. Global? Yes. Yeah, we've been sort of moving her forward a little bit each time, right? Yeah, I'm running it through these. It almost looks like I know what I'm doing. I very evidently do not, but it almost gives off the passing impression that I do. Alright, and then next frame is going to be the final movement on the global control. We're going to slide her forward a little bit like that. A little bit more. And then at long last, Girl is going to return to the terrestrial plane. I'm just going to grab all of these guys and whoop. Grab this and drop it down maybe. I don't understand what happened to the leg control or the foot control. That it's like in the air above the foot like that rather than where it's supposed to be. I don't know what broke. Yeah, we're gonna bring this one more forward. And you come down to the ground and rotate to plant the foot. This one, I'm gonna bring forward, sort of roll this way. And then you can bring forward like this. You're gonna shift the weight forward as well. Hand's gonna come down. Elbow 2. Okay, and then we're gonna sort of take these two, roll the torso that way. Why? The elbow like refuses to come down. I guess because the shoulder is so high up. Okay, and now you're unhappy. There we go. Okay, that I guess is what's going on. The control for the arm was hyperextended, so it like wasn't able to maneuver the way that it wanted to. Oh. See, it's that three-dimensional space thing. Still gets you, even in 2026. Let's just reset that movement, shall we? Yeah, this foot needs to come down. The knee is going to sort of roll to the inside, right, to sort of get the planting that we want. You're going to come a little bit more out. Try to rotate like this. Oh yeah, we just need to sort of shift the weight forward now a little bit more. Maybe down. Wait, arms out. Or no, let's bring this one in. Forward, just so there's a bit more room to work with. And rotate the hands up, like she's sort of shielding herself and getting ready to catch if she falls. And then, yeah, this one can be a bit more like out to sort of balance the weight. Right, sort of backwards energy. Rotate the shoulders to reflect that shift. Looks okay, but I want to take these. We're gonna drop her weight down. Wait, did I? What did I do? Okay, so that's... The legs look messed up on these frames. Like they're just not far enough forward or something. Oh yeah, you. Gonna rotate the knee out some. Good. Alright, that's a bit better. And then yeah, we started plant. Bring that out a bit more. Oh. Oh, did I fuck something up? I tried to overwrite one keyframe by putting another one on top of it, and it might not have liked that. Hello, Night. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good week. I see. Yeah, I think we just need a frame through here to sort of handle the landing. But it's done okay. It's been stressful with Star Citizen. Yeah, the patch is in kind of a state. It's kind of a mess. A lot of the missions keep breaking, but I don't know. It's been going okay for me, I guess. I get a little bit done here and there. I haven't had that much time to play, unfortunately. I got one more time, you know, to actually try out some of the ships during Defense Con, but haven't had much chance. Let's see. Any of them really catching your eye? I gotta stop doing this, man. Alright, that seems alright. And then our final frame So she sort of gets back up. Sort of able to right her posture. Where the fuck is the knee going? Then maybe step in a little bit. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Bring that back down. So grab this and bring it up that way. Well, I'll probably want to do for the final frame here is get whatever idle animation we end up making and then using that. I don't think we have one ready to go just yet, so we'll sort of set up a placeholder. I think we would make an idle animation first, but nope. Not so. Why are you... Her weight is shifted really far forward. To figure out how that happened. Please grab the right thing, thank you. Okay, so if we step through our entire animation now, you can see, so we need like 2 more at the end here, right? So we have falling, landed, upright. So that looks weird. And if we just sort of step through like that. Oh, that's great. That's great. It's perfect. No notes. I take it back. It's exactly what we want it to be. Okay, so let's back out a little bit. So we're gonna take all of this one and let's drag it out 2. We're going to take this and we're going to drag it out 1. So yeah, right here. So it's still too fast, right? Actually, yeah, let's just go ahead and sort of space everything out. Now it just needs the funky one. So I think this is going to be too slow. Also, I'm just sort of evenly setting the timing on all these, so that's definitely not what we want to have happen. But if we sort of, how's this look now? I think what we would want would be for this to hold for a little bit, right? Like right about here, give or take. And then this starts to happen. So this be faster. We can maybe chunk that back by a frame. But yeah, right in here, we need that squash, right? Or, you know, this would be the initial landing, and then this would be the squash motion. So right here is sort of where we set boots on the ground, or socks, I guess. I guess we can like shift the weight a little bit more forward too. Where's your knee going, kid? Jordan. Jordan. Where's your knee? That's your elbow. Oh no. Where is the other? Oh god, it's okay, yeah, it's inside her leg. There you go. Okay, so yeah, right here, we need to sort of hold this pose all the way through, right? Until right here, this needs to go forward for a roll like that. And then the leg shifts backwards. So let's grab our global control. See if we can't slide her forward some more. Too far. See, the point of contact there looks pretty good, but then it needs to come more forward to balance the position. And then she needs to shift her weight accordingly. And so this one then needs to come more forward like that. Keep that aligned. Okay. Can you undo that? Could you undo that for me? I think the problem is that the keys, yeah, some of the stuff is just not like keyed correctly. Like that looks fine there. Yeah, this just needs to like come more forward. And you go like that. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's check you. Yeah, that's there. I kind of like how it shifts her body, like it gives a little bit of a stretch to it. That looks fine. Kind of. So yeah, right here. Let's set that. And then right here, I want her weight to like shift down a little bit more. Actually, no, we can bring this up, back up on the next frame down. But yeah, the problem now is that she's kind of going backwards. Which would be fine if it was like a movement through the legs, but it's not. So like this one would need to go farther forward. This is going to need to shift because her weight shouldn't go that far back. And then this foot, I kind of like the motion of her stepping backwards, but I'm gonna grab this, and then we're gonna hold it. That is not what I asked you to do. I guess it is what I asked you to do. That's my fault. Could you stop, though? There we go. And then right here, we're just gonna raise the foot up a little bit, sort of roll it. So she goes through. Right here, as she's starting to catch, let's raise this foot up. Wrong control. Okay. It's getting there. The timing is still way off, but it is getting there. So let's take our last keyframe, right? We're gonna drag it down to the end. Actually, I think there's a better way that we can do this. We take all this and then, where's the multiplier? Yes, stretch by 1.5. No. Transform. There we go. 1.5. Undo that because it stretches in a different way. Let's save everything just in case something decides that it wants to crash, right? Okay, so yeah, that stretches out like that. Add a little bit more. Okay. See, that's almost working. I think there's a couple of things. So okay, yeah. So a couple of things I'm seeing. One, the throw animation is so fast that you can't really like appreciate what she's doing, right? Which is kind of what we wanted, but I think it needs to slow down a little bit. Two, that pause before she gets launched is way too stalled. right? She just completely freezes in place, which we don't want to see. I think the hang time, conversely, is a little bit too long, and then her recovery is too quick. So, I think we're gonna cut into this. We're gonna cut into the hang time a little bit from both sides. So we're gonna move this up by 2, and then move this by 1. How's that feel? Yeah, that's pretty good. It's better at least. And then, yeah, right in here. What are you doing on a half frame, you freaking idiot? There you go. So it holds. But yeah, if we go into the sequencer here, everything just like completely locks in place. And I don't think we actually want that. I'm not sure exactly what to do because getting rid of that keyframe will cause her to drift before we want it to. But it might just be something that we kind of need to leave for the time being until we can add secondary animation to sort of give a sense of fluidity. The other thing, oh, actually, better idea. What we can have her do is in this period, she like very subtly starts to like recover, right? Like she's put the book forward and she's sort of trying to like shift her weight back. Yeah, that looks. I feel like there's not quite enough time in there, but the idea might work. Okay, so that's okay. Let's jump back in. And then, yeah, we've got all these frames at the end. I think we're just gonna cut you down. And then we're gonna go right here. And let's see what that looks like actually. That almost works. I think the big thing is right here at the end. Like she plants in, and then the recovery is too quick. So let's just grab these last few frames right in here. Oh, I see how you're getting off timing. Because the multiplication is fucking with you. Okay. So we just need to... Can we drag this over a little bit? I just need to be able to position these guys back on the actual, like, beats of the frame. There we go. 1, 2. Three, 4. Yeah, so see, we can put this here, and then she kind of want her to sit there for a little bit. I think rather than introduce more keyframes, we can mess with the curves to sort of have it like sink real low. Or actually, we can get rid of that one. Or, no, my mistake. We get rid of this one. And then we put you out where that was. Yeah, so see, the way that it works right now, kind of like hits that low point and then recovers very quickly. Actually, that's the low point. Yeah, she's already on the way back by the time we get to here. So we can like drag this pretty far down. And then like right through here, we go to the sequencer. We can sort of control this so that she sags low and sort of sits there for a little while. How does that look? We might actually need... Do we need to frame? Do we need to key it? I hope we don't. But we might. The other possibility would be to take this one and bring it forward. Yeah, the downtime there feels pretty good, and then we would just increase the recovery by a couple frames to slow that down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, the timing on that feels a lot better, I think. There's a few weird things. The chest, once again, is doing bizarre motions throughout this whole situation, and I don't know if that's just a problem with the rig. It almost definitely is. Yeah, see, it's doing that thing where the spine is collapsing again. I suppose that's what the tangent controls are there for, but having to constantly check for and correct this is not fun. I might need to mess with the rig controls just to see if I can get it to stop doing this. Oh, god damn it. I put it on the wrong frame. At least it was only a few. Oh, what is, how is the hand doing that? That's so weird looking. Oh, because it's moving, but it's not rotating. Oh, that's so freaky. I don't like that. Like, we kind of just have to go in there and, like, manually do something in the middle. Oh, there's a really weird kick that the chest does in there. It's right. I'm gonna have to mess with the. Are you broken? Kind of. Okay, there you go. You're right in there somewhere. Watch the skeleton. Right there. Well, it's very rough. It feels like a 90s 3D animation, and I don't mean that endearingly. But it's a good start. It's an okay start. Yeah, that part where she like pauses right after she's thrown the book. And there's that little bit of retraction before she gets pulled. I want to do something with that because it definitely doesn't feel right at the moment. It feels more like she gets stuck or something. And she's like trying to tug on it and then gets pulled through. So I don't think what we did there was the right motion, but something to just sort of create like a sense of hang time before following through with the pull. But I think the idea is off to a good start. Yeah, let's mess with that for 2 seconds. Yeah, so she throws the book, and then we have that. I don't think we want to do that after all. Let's go ahead and bring these back forward. Maybe bring the arms down. Like she's sort of starting to relax after the throw. She's starting to think like, oh, it's good. Right? So it's a good clean throw. Now I just need to, follow it through, make sure it lands where I wanted it to. And then the book's like, guess again, kid. Maybe instead of moving backwards, she can start to sort of right her stance. Maybe that's the move. Right? She can sort of start to just a little something like that, right? See how that looks. So yeah, see, she's still going back a little too far. Alrighty, Tisha. I appreciate you hanging out. Good to see ya. I hope you have a very good rest, a very good end to your week, and start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Okay, I think that looks a little bit better. I think the last thing that I want to do with it is just make it sit for a little longer. We're just going to take all these frames and just move it for like 2 more. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. But then, so we got that. And this, I like, I think the idea is okay. But then from like a side perspective, it still kind of looks like she's tugging. So I want to sort of move the arms outward and just sort of give more of a sense of like relaxing rather than like moving them down. Right, like she's maybe still sort of watching to see what it does. Maybe not quite that much, because I think at the speeds that we're working at, that would still read as like a full tug on the rope. We can sort of do something like this. Yeah, I think the body motion is pretty good now, so it's a little less extreme on the arm motion, just so it doesn't feel quite so like quite so out of energy so quickly. Or I could just keep adding more frames to it, like that. Okay. Last thing for realsies, and then I just want to sort of bring the arms a little bit closer together at the end pose. Reason being, as you guys might remember from the key art drawing that we did, was that last year? No, it couldn't have been last year. When did... What? Ah, no! When did we do the last drawing for pages? The sort of Victorian portrait style one. Excuse me. That had to have been just a little bit ago, right? Oh god, it was last year. No. What? No. Wait. What? No. February. It was February. Okay. I was like, there's no way it was that far back. Why did I title it 2025? In any case, you know, a lot of times with the vines sort of binding her arms, binding her to the book and everything, there's a little bit of a sort of forward lean to her posture, and a little bit of like a, you know, keeping the arms in front of her, a little bit of a shackled posing. You know, it doesn't have to be completely like bound together all the time, but just a little bit of that, like more like that, I guess. And then something like that will more easily transition into the running, walking animations where she's, you know, moving the book around. But yeah, she just like completely comes to a stop there, but that's okay, right? Because at that point we would just transition into the idle animation. Or the character would already be moving and we would just transition into the run animation. Okay. So yeah, I definitely want to clean it up some more. There's some weird stuff happening with the rig. It might be an issue of hierarchies, right? That the spine is getting crunched the way that it is. The controls are kind of drifting off position the way that they are. I gotta look into some of that. And I know I like every time we work on the game, I'm like, oh, I need to do this at some point with like the implication or intention that I'm gonna do it off stream. And then I don't, because finding the time to do it is hard. And one of the things, so the way I would like to sort of end out the stream, end out the evening, if you guys are okay with it, is I'd like to jump back to the drawing from Tuesday, because there was some stuff that I want to try out, right? And see if it'll work. And sort of help dial in the drawing a little bit more. So I think we're gonna go ahead and leave this where it is for tonight. And then we'll pick it up again next week and sort of see how it goes from there. Sound good? If that is alright with all of you. So let me go ahead and switch the topic over. I'm gonna go ahead and save all this. I'm happy with it as a starting point. I just think we gotta do some work to, you know, clean up like the fluidity, a little bit on the timing, a little bit on some of the posing. But I think it's off to a good start. The more we can, I might also allow a little bit of squash and stretch, just because I think it'll help some of these animations really like start to feel more fluid and flowy. For right now, let's jump back to clip. So what I'm kind of thinking is next month, right? I'm gonna have a lot more time to be working on projects, but I really want to push ahead with the new model, right? Get that ready for the debut and everything. So to do that, I'm probably gonna focus on that more, right? I'm probably not gonna put a lot more work into the game development until the debut is done. And I know it's like, but yeah, I really want to push that ahead. And so I think a lot of my sort of work blocks will be dedicated towards getting the model done and getting that ready to go. Now, as far as this is concerned, as far as this kit goes, a couple of things came to mind. One, you guys might remember on Tuesday we raided Julie after the stream, and she was working on a very lovely painting herself, and she was doing something that I wanted to sort of try and mess with here. um, the way that she was approaching a lot of her color and lighting was more of a, well, you can see I wrote down the note of chiseling, right? Sort of putting these like large sections of tone and color. I feel like that might help. I feel like right now I'm getting very sort of granular, and so it's harder to sort of diagnose the total state of affairs. The second thing is I found, or I was browsing the socials and I saw this very lovely drawing by Mocha or Mokotan, that I thought was very cute and had a somewhat similar lighting profile to what I feel like I'm going for here. So I kind of have that open as a reference, and I thought essentially I just want to sort of try and do a pass of some of these areas I'm like struggling to define a little bit more, just going, okay, well, let's stop trying to have quite such a soft hand and just go for it. But I do think the other thing that I want to try and do I think we're gonna lean a little bit away from the golden light. Like, I think it's probably fine where it is, but I think just having it be a little bit cooler and brighter will sort of get me to where I want to be. But yeah, let's just try and sort of have a very broad, aggressive, or not aggressive, but just sort of large area methodology of color. The other thing in Mocha's that I think was very helpful was sort of seeing how they just sort of let the cool areas be cool. One of the things that I've always sort of struggled with in just sort of the way that I approach these things and think about them is, because I initially block in with the albedo, it can often be difficult for me to like allow the albedo to go away. And sometimes it's just like, no, the form is behaving this way. The lighting says to do this, and that is the correct thing to do. Right, so we'll have this sort of top light, I guess, where it's sort of more golden. The sort of purpled subsurface tone, right? You might even make it a little bit more rich just so that it sort of shows through a bit nicer. But then, yeah, the areas where we're sort of going to have those shadows, where it's going to recede into that tone, you just gotta let it do it, Just gotta accept that that's what it's gonna do. That's what it's gonna be. It's what it's gonna look like. I think the better that I can sort of get into that mindset and get into that comfort level, the more we'll really sort of get where I want to go with this. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to worry too much about being like, you know, soft on the volumes that need to be soft or anything. It's like, we'll get there. For right now, I really just want to focus on like that strong definition, right? Sort of really like blocking in the volumes, the lights, the tones, understanding like, oh, this needs to have this. This needs to be over here. Can get to other stuff later. So like in here, rather than have it be, you know, darker, I don't really want it to be darker, but we're gonna shift the tone. We're gonna shift it into more of this like ambient blue. And then as it sort of starts to pick up light, we get a little bit of the albedo coming back in, and it shifts into purple. Right, because I want to avoid having things get like too oppressively dark. Sort of just big, chunky brush strokes. Really make sure that we're sort of getting all the fill information that we need. There we go. Yeah, not worry too much about this. Let's focus more on like chunks of color. Big blasts of color. I think the other thing that sort of helps with this, one of the things that I frequently sort of do when I'm like trying to do backlighting and rim lighting, is keep it very, very isolated to the edges. But that doesn't really make sense, right? Because it's a volume that's wrapping around. And when you get those like really intense rim lights, it's because you're getting just a little bit of Fresnel wrapping over the surface. But a lot of times you will get some spillage, right? You'll get some of the lighting like coming over the curve and being visible across some of the planes facing you. Just a big old block of slightly more shaded color for the inside of the collar here. We can use some more of our like backlit tone to sort of fill out the hair, give that some more volume. I keep reminding myself to not be too delicate with it, you know? Aggressive. There we go. With the gem here, we can just kind of come in and block out some big dumb geometric forms, right? We can go in and refine the specifics of it later. Come in, use the proper cool tones, cool skin tones in here. Yeah, where I was really thinking about this was on the hands, right? Because I was trying to do this like subsurface glow, which is looking pretty nice, but like I was trying to like preserve the fingers and everything. As I was doing them, like no, just come in and big old blocks, right? Big old blocks of color and value. Then we'll divide it from there as we need to. Yeah, see, there we go. And then when you do that, it makes it a lot easier to just assess it for the whole, right? Because you're not thinking about the minor details, you're not thinking about the secondary and tertiary shapes. It's just like, how does it read when it's all put together? And if that's working, then you're in a good spot. If that's working, then you can go in and start adding secondary details with a measure of confidence that your primary shapes are holding up. I'm just not going to worry about the sort of pale rim lighting going in between the fingers yet. Let's just focus on the brighter elements. The bigger blocks of tone. Something more like that, perhaps. And sort of coming down here, right? There's more like well-defined side of the torso versus the front of the torso. Really maintaining that sense of volume and really letting the light inform the shape rather than sort of try and like fight for presence around the edges. Makes it easier to get something interesting going on, I think. I'm feeling a little better about this. I'm feeling a little bit better about it. Compared to where we left off on Tuesday, I think it's starting to have more definition. I think where we left it on Tuesday was feeling like, okay, I have sort of an idea of where we're going, but there's still a lot to sort of figure out, and I think just approaching it this way is really helping to say, okay, this is a mode that will get us where we want to go. There's still a few open-ended areas like down here, right? It's like, what are we doing? I don't know yet. Art piece slowly takes an emotional impact as it moves forward. I agree. I remember one of the I have never been like a huge fan of Jackson Pollock paintings. I still think that a lot of times they're kind of oversold, but I did start to find them more interesting once I sort of understood, like, okay, it's not an art piece in the traditional sense. It's like a snapshot of the artistic process. I'm like, okay, that is interesting. The end result is perhaps not that interesting, and the fact that it's almost sort of manufactured, right? Like it's not, oh, you know, he was working on something else and this is the canvas underneath him as he worked. It does take away from the idea a little bit, but I still understand the general premise. I'm like, okay, that is interesting. But yeah, the process of sort of figuring out what the art piece needs and figuring out what the evolution of it is and the storytelling that it sort of, as you say, develops in the process as it goes is fun. I feel like that can get lost a lot of the time, you know? Hell, I can lose track of it. As I get so caught up in what is the end result, right? What is the product? What is the thing that we see at the end, and not what is the road that got us there. And I've talked before about how I feel like that can be really detrimental to, you know, go on ArtStation or Twitter, Blue Sky or Pixiv or Instagram and see, you know, the end results of all of these people working and see them like stacked up, right? You're looking at hundreds or thousands of hours of work, but you're not seeing all of those hours. You're just seeing the thing that gets put out at the end, and it's pretty, it's great. You see it and you're like, wow, I really like that. I think that's a fantastic piece of art. But one of the things that I have definitely felt when browsing like that, I imagine other people do too, is you sort of get the sense of, oh, you know, look at these people and look at them just like cranking out the work. You know, look at them just going like they can. How am I supposed to keep up with this? It's like, you can't, right? You're compressing thousands of hours of work into a few minutes of browsing. It's like, yeah, there's literally no way that you can match that. It is a different metric that you are operating on. Like, I think last year, you know, we did the end of year summary, and I had something like 40 drawings, right? 40 pieces of work that we had produced on or for the stream. And I was really happy with that, right? That was a huge amount of work to show at the end of the year. And it felt great. But how long does it take you to browse through 40 images on a social media page? Right? Someone could look at the aggregate of my year's work in less than 5 minutes. So, you know, I bring that up just to sort of put in perspective. Like, you shouldn't expect that you're going to be able to match what you're seeing people do on the internet, because it's not an accurate representation of the amount of work that they're doing. I mean, another way to look at it is think how long it takes to produce a movie, right? Like, it can take years to finish a film production. And the end result for the viewer is 2.5 hours of entertainment. And then you get to the end and you're like, cool, is there more? And the filmmaker dies a little bit. Most of the time, there's no good way for the artist to show the journey. No. No, I think you're right. I don't know how much that is a problem that needs to be solved. Like, I don't know, it would probably help some measure of empathy. Like, there are, comics and such, web comics that I adore. I check in every update and I'm like, yee! It updated. I'm so happy. There's one web comic that I really like called Ada. Like Ada Lovelace. It's about a hopeless romantic scientist that falls in love with her alien test subject. But I think the last update was, yeah, so there was an update end of March 2023. And then almost 3 years later, we finally got the next page, and like all the comments are just people rejoicing that it's back, right? And the creator, the artist behind it, from what I understand, has been going through a lot of real life stuff. So I totally understand that they were away. But it's that same sort of thing of like, however long it took you to make the page, I can read through it in like a couple minutes. And then I'm like, that was really good. When's the next one? I want more. But, I because I'm like familiar and empathetic with the process of creating comic pages, creating illustrations, creating, artwork, I still avoid ever sort of pressuring an artist to produce more work because I get it, but I still want it. I still have that impulse of like, I want more to consume. I really like your work and I want more of it. So I don't know. I think it would definitely help some people be a little bit more empathetic when the artist or the content that they like does not come out as regularly as they would like. But I don't know, like at the same time, I don't know how much it's really like necessary to illustrate the journey of the work to the viewer. Some people would definitely find it fascinating. I think a lot of people are not particularly concerned about it. Which, I don't know, maybe that is a problem. Maybe people need to be more open-minded and empathetic and interested in things that are not immediately relevant to them. Maybe that is true. But like for my part, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I would not say like I'm particularly interested in, but then I'll just sort of have like a passing thought of like, oh, how does that work? Or like, what sort of led to this? You know, like you see signaling systems at the airport or on train tracks or whatever, and you're like, what's going on there? What systems are just sort of operating in the background that allow our day-to-day lives to work? We don't normally think about them because when everything is going right, we don't have to think about them. It looks amazing. Took a ton of work. Oh, Hushabai. That's the artist. I almost said name, but like her art handle, Hushabai Valley. Her work is so phenomenal. It's so beautiful, and she has such an incredible attention to detail. I adore it. I've been following her for years, since back when the days when Tumblr was relevant. But yeah, like Ada has sort of been like a concept that she had for a while, and then finally started moving forward with it as a full-fledged comic. So I hope she's doing better. And I hope we get to see more of the comic soon. That is one thing that I you know, anytime I'm like following a comic or a story or whatever, and the creator just kind of goes dark, a lot of times my first response will be, I hope they're okay. Because no matter how much you love a piece of work, it shouldn't come at the expense of the creator's well-being, right? Well, I think that's a good nature standing. I think being curious about how things are made, what the process behind it is, I think that's really good. I think that is a healthy energy to put out into the world, to be open and inquisitive and wanting to learn new things. I think one of the things that we are really bad at, and I am guilty of this too, especially as we get into adulthood, is this mindset of just having to be right and know everything. It's like, well, I have never studied or even really thought about this subject, but now that it is a topic of conversation, I'm going to be an expert. And not, you know, be open and considerate of people that have studied this, or, you know, ask of people who might know so that I can know. The other thing that we are really bad about is letting people ask questions, right? Even dumb questions. Again, I'm bad about this too. I am especially bad at work. Though, to be in my defense, if we've been over something multiple times and you're still asking me, it's like, okay, this is a you problem. But you know, Like, say someone has a basic, let's not call it a dumb question. Let's say someone has a basic question about, like, I don't know, something to do with engineering. Let's just say. I bring that up just because I watch videos on like architecture and stuff periodically. A couple of channels I like. And someone in the conversation gives them a lot of shit for not knowing something that, you know, they already know, and from their point of view, from their experience, should be like inherent, right? Should be given. It is known. Well, now you've associated ridicule and humiliation with asking questions. So the person is less likely to ask questions. And that's not good. That is never good. People should always feel like they have the opportunity to learn and grow and discover new things. Because otherwise we get into that mindset of, oh, I'm just right all the time because I don't know and I'm afraid to ask what I don't know. I don't want to get made fun of. I don't want to be ridiculed again. Okay, this is looking better. It is working better. I'm feeling better about it. Still a few rough areas, obviously, but I think the sort of broad painting method is paying off. I think we're getting some really good results that are very pleasing to see. I'm just gonna bring this over a little bit more. Not like that. I don't know. One of the things that I was doing at work, and I have to keep things really vague, obviously, but we were working on a project at work, and, you know, I sort of followed the instructions as they were provided, and then submitted my work and got a bunch of notes, and it felt like the goalposts were getting moved. Right? It felt like I was trying to do something the way that I had been instructed, and then they changed the instructions, and, you know, I was a little indignant. I didn't say anything, but I was definitely fuming on my side of the screen. And sort of watching them go back and forth over it, I realized at a point, I was like, oh no, this isn't this isn't an assignment. This is an experiment, right? This is exploratory. They're not, I'm not getting concrete instructions because there aren't any. We are figuring this out as we go. And once I sort of realized that, I was like, okay, so my job is not just to do a task, it is to help figure the task out. Alright, bet, let's do it. So I don't know, I think a lot of people, just sort of on that subject of like not being wrong, I think a lot of people are taught in school. Of course, they could say that. Yeah, the communication could have been a little bit more solid, but it's what it is. I think a lot of people are sort of taught in school, not even like explicitly, but you have a class, the class has a test, or it has homework, and it's all like point systems based on being right or wrong. And so there's just sort of this constant drive of like, don't be wrong. Get the information right. Do the assignment correctly. I don't know. I know what I've said before, but I do really think one of the big things that education needs to figure out how to do is shift away from information retention and focus more on critical thinking, more on information computation, I guess might be a good word for it. Right? Because especially in the developed world, first world, the access to information is not the problem. Right? Sure, being able to retain as much information as you could was a very valuable skill back when being able, finding information meant trudging over to the library or down to the archive or whatever, right? Just being able to like know things and recall information very quickly was helpful. These days, everyone has access, you have access to the entire internet, the repository of all human knowledge ever in your pocket. But half of it's bullshit. And you have to be able to know when you pull up a page if you're looking at genuine information or bullshit. And I don't think standards of education, modes of education have caught up to that reality yet. I do think that'll help, right? I think when the conversation starts to move away from did you get this right or wrong, because data is right or wrong, and gets more into conversations of, well, how did you get here? How did you get to this? And how can we, you know, sort of improve the logic paths? How can we build the logic paths to be more robust and analytical? I think we'll start to see some general improvements. And hopefully, yeah, we'll start to see more people that are just sort of interested in the process of knowing things. Okay, this is feeling better. I think next time we'll continue with some of what we were working on here, but I think this is feeling a lot better. Great, you know what? We even have the point of reference, right? So this is where we left off last time. And this is where we are now. So just, I don't know, generally better. Generally better. I think the hands feel better. The face feels a lot better. The outfit is feeling more volumetric. And that was a big thing that I feel like I was struggling with before. I like this a lot more. The background, I think, is where I want to start on Saturday, because you know, we've got the colors and the composition sitting, and it's like, okay, this is getting us something, but I think really want to cement that, not 100%, right, but into a place where it starts to really inform the drawing better. And I think if we can do that, it'll be easier still to sort of continue with the lighting and go, okay, this is what we want to do, right? But that's where we have to call it for tonight. Yes. Yes. Only one more week of this schedule. We'll figure out what the plans are for the summer. I'm thinking Tuesday, Thursdays might be a little bit longer. I might extend the stream out by an hour or so. We'll see what we feel like. But I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap things up for tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we're gonna find somebody to raid. Yes, it is that time. Alrighty.